Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to San Jose by Night, City of Glass, Episode 2, Terminal. When last we left off, the coterie had to split. Dear doctors are currently trying to end up, well, saving the life of a man who has fallen to the hands of Fishmonger, as he's currently in critical condition and they can't bring him over to the hospital without open questions. At this point, Dr. Elliot Jones, well, is it doctor? Who knows? It doesn't really qualify with me giving your profession, Elliot. But you and Doc Saturday are currently taking out to Doc Saturday's clinic, a location that allows you to at least have the tools to potentially save this individual's life. Now, why is he in critical condition? Well, it was found earlier on that this individual was currently ransacking the apartment of a tabloid journalist named Samuel Collins. Samuel had some very interesting pieces of information, stuff that Summer and Lila ended up finding with the help of Susie. Susie and Lila a little worse for wear from the matters. Upon this, as the doctors end up going about, currently Susie and Lila are trying to end up cleaning out the car, trying to end up scrubbing it for what evidence may be applicable, which also ends up leaving Summer now just coming back from a meeting, a gathering of kindred. See, the location they ended up finding, Elliot's Haven, happened to be inside the domain owned by a coterie called Temptation's End. Now, the coterie we follow, the Midnight Menagerie, is, well, having to end up getting to the bottom of this entire ordeal being a test. See on how well they adhere to Camarilla traditions as well as upholding the masquerade. Time to get your hands dirty, kiddos. So that being said, since we're currently here in the middle of it, the same night, there's no rouse checks to end up having, but let us begin first with what everybody is doing at this exact moment in time. So let's start off with Fishmonger. Fishmonger, that strength of yours is overwhelming at times. When it's absolutely needed, it's phenomenal. But then again, I think there was an old adage of Superman saying he lives in a world made of cardboard. And for a brief
Yeah.
moment, you know that experience all too well. So, what's going on in your mind?
Uh, bit of regret and a bit of surprise at, how strong I can be. Um, I'm probably going to be helping out the doctors with as much as I can. Uh, Trying to save the life of the intruder because I didn't mean to kill him. I only meant to stop him.
You only meant
Uh,
to knock him down.
yeah.
But
It's
you're saying
also,
with the doctors. Why is that?
yes. Well, I'm responsible partly for what happened, and so I feel it's, you know, part of my responsibility to help them out. I've also got some first aid training because I used to work on ships
Mm.
where, sometimes you had to pull out the first aid kit before you got to shore. So I do have cursory knowledge that may help them the recovery process. I also want to perhaps question the guy, but we'll see if he pulls through.
We'll have to see. But you're not the only one who is currently leaving here the situation in a questionable circumstance. I think the same can also be said for Summer. Now, Miss Love, I have to end up asking, after your little meeting with Temptation's End, what are you looking to end up doing? What were your feelings upon leaving that meeting? What's the direction you take now separated from the rest of the Midnight Menagerie?
Well, making my way away from the meeting place where I met the lovely Cole and uh, and Jude, and of course Marcello. Walking away though, trying to keep myself as collected as possible, but I will admit to myself and myself alone that it was a bit scary. I am I'm definitely not the kind of person who could be able to stand up to them in a fight. I'm glad it went as well as it did, because if they wanted to, they could make me disappear. But I have to walk with purpose. I try not to show that I am, well, if I'd been living, I probably would be shaking right now from having just got out of that situation. But once I walk away far enough, sit down for a moment and take a breather. Oh boy, that could have gone a lot worse than it did, and now I'm in their domain without my car. I came with them myself, so I suppose the first thing that I'm going to do is try and find my car again. But end up going back to the apartment. Not exactly sure where it is the rest of the menagerie went, given that I don't know them very well.
One of the problems with being assigned a coterie in the earliest of nights is working on communications, especially as you don't want to make it too obvious. Even a tech head such as yourself, sometimes the lack of a paper trail is more suspicious than a paper trail of suspect.
A minimal one. Yeah.
So,
So that's where I'm headed. Maybe they'll meet me up there.
one can hope.
I could hope.
Now, Lila, you ended up joining Susie earlier on to end up making sure that the car is spick and span, but I'm sure there's something else on your mind right now.
Oh, there's a lot on my mind. The missed shots. Seeing the damage a Nosferatu can do. Kind of interesting. At the same time, if I was still alive, it'd be frightening just to see that happen. But We got him presumably taken care of. We're getting the car taken care of. Who knows what more this night can bring.
Yeah. But then again, there's also that small part of you, I imagine. You know, that thing that's changed since you died. Your beast is a little bit different than most. Most seem to be more of a wild animal. Yours is more quickly becoming well, at least has been taught by your sire, an old companion. It's kind of like, what did they say? It's a lot like a drinking buddy of yours, you know. They're great to end up having a good time, but don't trust them with the keys when they want to go home.
Exactly. Wonder what she'd make of this situation.
Especially with Fishmonger. You know, there is something to being able to be that physical, and that's no stranger when it comes down to the gangrel. But maybe that's to be explored for another night. Doc Saturday, you and Elliot are both currently heading out, well, to your clinic. You just managed to end up pulling up, and Fishmonger is currently helping with get this intruder into Gurney. You open it up with the keys and what have you, but you know, clinics aren't normally open this late at night. But then again, your activities have often been questionable, if anybody were to know the true depths of them. So with that in mind, why don't you walk me through what you intend to do, and how you're hoping this is all going to turn out?
So, being as this is not my first rodeo, I open up the clinic. There is a few night shift here. They know the deal as things go. Stray patient here and there. Some worse than others. And, well, this one is definitely not the prettiest sight, but it's not the worst we've gotten.
No, certainly
So
not.
I snap my fingers, and one of my assistants comes over, and we get the intruder onto the gurney, and I tell them, this man needs immediate surgery. He is not going to live the night if we do not do something quickly. So
And of
get the room
course,
prepped.
immediately the staff ends up rushing to their stations. Everything's getting prepped as best as it can. Of course, at this point, you may end up having to end up stepping away, though one of the nurses may be trying to end up holding or keeping pressure on the wound. Tricky thing, that. But at the very least, you're able to end up keeping things going. That
Mr.
Go ahead.
Mr. Jones, I am going to need you to clean up if you are going to assist me with this. I assume you are. You seem pretty
Indeed,
eager.
I will. Just show me where to start, and I will get ready. We have a man to save.
Very well. Follow me then.
And as
Lead
they
the
end
way.
up doing so, I'd like to end up continuing down the line. Susie, you are with Lila right now. Now, there is a little bit of a matter. This is more your specialty, so to speak, as you end up bringing the car that has been, well, let's just say somebody spilled something inside. Might have been the insides of a human being once, but probably best not to drive around in that. And while this situation could quickly be done in the manner maybe seen in film, It's a little bit different in your line of work, I'm sure.
Weirdly speaking, people always have complaints about bloodstains, but they're actually really easy to get out of fabric if you know what you're doing and you have the right chemicals. So as Susie is wheeling over a wet dry vac and is liberally coated the inside of the back of the car with enzyme-based cleaner, letting it settle in and do its work for a moment.
Yeah. I've no doubt that
She
you're an
can't-
expert on this, Susie, but this is more to set the tone. I want to end up knowing where you're going during this. What's your thoughts on it? And where you're going to be going from here. I know Doc wanted to jump the gun there, but we haven't gotten through everybody yet.
Yes. My thoughts. An odd thing, those. People are going to act like that I'm going to have to care about the guy that Fishmonger turned into a barely contained soup can. But there's something interesting about the way that people consider other people. Because he's not a person to me. In fact, he's nuisance and he's information. That's it. And if I was to judge him by the objective worth of his actions, well, the ache across the right side of my cheek says that I'm not particularly happy at the moment. But that's neither here nor there. No. Right now, more than anything, I think it's right to set the tone for the rest of the interactions that I have with my new compatriots. And, well, clean up the incidental leftovers, I suppose. The job isn't finished yet.
Certainly not, and you still end up having a reporter to find. And that ends up leading us to Elliot Jones. Now, Elliot, you are scrubbing up at this point, but I want to end up knowing what exactly is going on in your head. Clearly, you want to end up saving this individual. Not the least of which is probably not fully known to the coterie is that you know this individual. This man bleeding on the gurney. He just came out of the academy not more than a few months ago. So what the hell was he doing robbing General's basement's apartment? I understand that beat doesn't pay that much, but there's a little bit more going on here than just that.
Elliot is currently, not that he's showing it, he's actually quite scared, unsure of what's going on or if he can even do this. As far as he's been working, he's never worked on a living body ever. All he has is his book knowledge, so he's unsure if he can do this and save this man's life. And he's very confused on why a fresh cop is there. But he's not gonna show it, and he's gonna do his damnedest, because maybe he'll get a little respect and become a doctor by saving a man's life.
Yeah. Well, the more likely outcome is you're working on a very, very, very soon to be corpse. In which case, it's very much in your medical expertise. So, we're going to start off first with, well, let's jump to Lila and Susie first. Lila, Susie, you're Lila, you're probably a little bit confused as Susie seems to be bringing out bottles that, well, probably contained one chemical, but now the label's been stripped off and something that's written in what you can only imagine is chemical compounds rather than clearly labeled are currently, or some kind of method, are currently being used to end up trying to scrub this thing out. There is a pungent smell of cleaner that hits your nose immediately. It's not bleach, it's something else. But then again, I suppose the only thing that's important is that Susie knows the details, even if you do not.
Yeah, it's certainly going to kind of tilt my head at that, just kind of pseudo-confusion. But just standing back, letting Susie do her work, and...
Now, if I recall, Susie, you also had the duffel bag when we left off. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes, I have the duffel bag.
Yes, Susie does.
Okay. So, what I would need from you is a intelligence larceny check, please.
Intelligence larceny.
Could I assist in that?
You have a point in larceny?
Yes, I do.
Then yes, you can.
Alright, sweet. There is larceny, intelligence, +1. How are my dice today? They're okay. Not great, but they're okay.
Susie, if anybody's going to find anything in here, you had bigger problems than them finding that. You're confident in your work with 3 successes. Allows you to be able to end up being, well, satisfied enough with the work. It's going to take a little bit to let everything soak up and soak in. This takes probably an hour, which is surprisingly quick, but it does end up helping. Maybe 4 hands are better than 2. But that does leave you with the case, and that does leave the fact that you and your coterie are now separated.
Yeah, it does. But then
we certainly know where 3 of them are, at least.
this is why I like to consider myself an amazing multitasker. Because they, whilst I was digging for information earlier, I also took the liberty of skimming the local quote-unquote RF waves for nearby mobile devices. I skimmed all their phone numbers. Very simple, actually. It's a simple script. Press a button. Boop. It's really nice when the other people on the internet just do the work for you, and you just have to press a button. But it does mean that whilst that enzyme cleaner sets in and gets rid of bloodstains, it's designed for cleaning up after rotting corpses and things like that, cleaning at the inside of abattoirs and other places where one is liable to find large amounts of meat. But it also, as being oxygen-based and oxygen-activated, takes care of bloodstains just fine. How I know that? It's better you don't ask.
Understood.
So, let's contact the rest of our associates, shall we?
Yeah, let's make sure Summer gets out of there, okay? I necessarily trust those other three too much.
And Susie would pull out her phone and send a very, very quick text to Summer. And it would read it, and it was it would read as such. Doing some car detailing. Did your date with the fruit salad go well? Question mark.
Summer, you receive a text. Now, you don't know the number, but well, what's your immediate reaction? You're still a ways away from your car at this point.
As I'm sitting, kind of taking a breather, somebody's watching me. Somebody. How did they get this number? I don't give this number out to anyone. She kind of thinks about it for a moment. I didn't give it out to anyone. New number. Who is this?
There's a there's a face. There's an emote that's sent in immediate reply, and it's it's a hyphen underscore hyphen, just the like the deadpan face emote.
You must have the wrong number. And she turns her phone off after that.
And Susie just looks at her phone. She's just like, she doesn't know that Summer's turned her phone off, but she looks at her phone and she's like, she's an idiot.
What makes you
Right.
say that? In a
I said to
world
her-
full of lies?
I sent her a text and she goes, "Who number? Who this?" And I'm just like, you know what? Never mind. I will just. We'll have to find out the old-fashioned way.
Well, shouldn't be too hard. We can just start at his apartment and go from there.
Yeah. yeah, that'll do, I suppose.
And then if she's not there, we can't find her within a couple minutes, we go check her apartment. Simple.
Yeah, I'm just.
Wow.
I should have called her.
Yeah, I think that would have been smarter.
Trying to avoid voices on over the phone. People can listen, but it's harder to read into the double and triple and quadruple meanings behind coded messages.
And considering we don't know each other all that well, kinda understandable.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked a little bit more critical thought, but yeah, you are right. It is understandable.
Lila, there's a small part of you that's smiling internally as the words "you're an idiot" just boomerang back around. But-
Yeah, so makes me wonder who's the real idiot here sometimes.
But, Summer, you are currently making your way back to your vehicle.
Mhm.
And sure enough, just to make things more complicated, there's a parking ticket.
Christ.
Oh, there's $70 gone.
Shit.
But, that being said,
I'll deal with it later.
shove it in the box. Shove it in the glove box with the rest of them, I'm sure.
With the rest of everything that I keep in there.
So,
Kind of shuffle it past the soldering iron and things like that I keep in there as my emergency supplies.
it's strange on how much those have come into use the past few nights. Though the soldering iron still ends up making you incredibly uncomfortable even when you're in your best nights. There have been some times where you had to drop that thing and get away from it. Your fight or flight reflex kicking in situations where it normally wouldn't.
It's a good thing it has an off switch. The fact that it's portable and has an off switch saved my skin a couple times, quite literally.
That being said, where are you off to right now?
I'm going back to my apartment.
The drive is...
Not sure where the rest went. I don't have their numbers. I don't have ways to contact them, so best just to be where I've met them previously.
Try and end up keeping yourself in familiar grounds. Maybe there's a slight benefit to staying in one's own domain. Makes you a lot easier to find if you're needed. You're gonna have to figure out how that works. But, that being said, as you start to end up making your way out, you can't help but drive past the porter's apartment, and there are certainly police and emergency services already at the scene. Seems they taped it off. Doesn't surprise you, given the gunshots and the pools of blood that have been left on the front store with no body.
Right.
Roll me a wits awareness real quick.
Wits and awareness. Got it.
Summer, you realize that there is... The tape runs completely past the road. In fact, right now, there's a few people taking photographs of the ground where your cars were parked. You're not close enough to see the full investigation, but maybe they followed the trail of blood. He was standing just outside of the car, or not standing, but being held just outside the car. He's bleeding pretty heavily.
And there might be tire tracks. Well, at least they got out of the area. That's a good sign. They are gonna find out who the blood's from, though. That much is for certain. Especially since this was a cop, possibly an investigator of some kind. He was thorough. He was very thorough.
But that doesn't bring you any closer to finding out exactly where the hell is Samuel Collins.
Exactly. He's the one that we really should have had by now. The fact that he disappeared and his things were being rifled through. He was supposed to put out a blog post today. Did that ever go up?
No, it did not. For all intents and purposes, as far as you can tell, this man just up and disappeared.
And Temptation's End wasn't particularly helpful in determining his location. They did, however, have a friendly nickname for him. So they're gonna. Well, they would have found out anyway that he was missing. So maybe they could be helpful in that regard beyond the extra eyes in their own domain. If it wasn't for the fact that they're so busy all the time. Where is Samuel Collins? Protective custody, maybe?
Now that's a thought.
What would he know that would justify that? But where else would he have gone?
What would he have
Dead?
found out?
I need to rifle through the duffel bag again. That picture. A picture of the person who looks like Jude or Marcello. Their face glitched out. A glitch I've never seen before, and Susie says it's not a glitch. So what is it? Thinking back on the text messages, is there any reason that I would infer that that's Susie?
No.
No.
This whole thing has been cloak and dagger from the start. Presuming one or the other, it doesn't much matter.
Not when that cell phone is only used for clients. And that's a number I don't have logged.
That's definitely concerning.
Yeah,
Maybe this will all make sense once you reconnoiter.
maybe. I'm being very watchful of my own sort of trail, a little paranoid, going kind of around the crime scene and kind of, using back roads and things to get back to my apartment. Definitely watching out for anyone who's following me.
We'll have to end up making do. But let's cut back to the clinic. Doc Saturday, Elliot Jones, you two are currently in operations right now. However, right now I want to focus on Fishmonger. Fishmonger, you're currently outside of the building. I'm pretty sure you don't want to be inside with, well, all the staff and the things that can suddenly bust in through the front doors of a clinic at this time of night. Probably don't help in that matter.
Yeah, I didn't realize there'd be a full-on medical staff at this time of night. Probably I'm gonna be stewing in some dark corner. Going over the clues, I guess, so far in my head.
So what do you know right now?
I know that someone pretty high up on the food chain is concerned about what I can only imagine is a human right now. I You've not told us this Samuel Collins person is either one of us or a ghoul. And it seems that another say this. It seems that basically the target has gotten a heads up or realizes that he is being targeted and has basically fled. And it's strange that someone from the human world is also interested in him at the moment. Wondering if it's somehow connected. Perhaps this person we're trying to save is working for one of us, but perhaps on the other side, trying to find this Samuel and whatever he's got on the Seneschal.
Now, what makes you think it's something that he has on the Seneschal?
Well, if I remember correctly, Thresher said that Seneschal Brax personally wanted us to quiet Samuel.
No, she made it clear that she wanted to make sure Samuel kept quiet, but you're inferring from her connections, as she oftentimes serves as the gopher for right now Seneschal Brax, former Baron Brax.
Alright. Well, perhaps that's not as strong a threat as I thought, but it's definitely a suspicious thing. I can't imagine that. Well, what do I know about Thresher? Generally.
Not a whole lot, but then again, you're fairly new, and Thresher's higher up the food chain, so let's roll an intelligence politics again and see what you might recall.
Alright.
Thresher was one of the first to follow Baron Brax into Elysium. You know that they've worked well as a personal connection. You know that Thresher serves as a pseudo-gopher. As far as you can be explained, it's almost she's almost akin to a herald, but her job doesn't have to do with the prince, it has to do with the seneschal. Not giving her official position, so to say, but she is older than you, and in the Camarilla's eyes, that's oftentimes enough to end up having a degree of authority over you. When it comes down to it, she mostly ends up making note as she's a unusual style of gangrel. Mostly unusual because she's actually quite fond of city life. Strange, you've heard that they sometimes have as difficult of a time blending in as you do. But somehow she makes it work.
Would I happen to know if she's the type to clean up her own messes or to delegate?
You don't know her on a personal level or anything of the such, so it wouldn't be enough to end up going on that. You're going at best off of hearsay and recent history. but 3 rolls and you still being new to the city, or 3 successes and you still being newer to the city, there's only so much you can infer.
Yeah, that's fair. I was basing it on what rumors I might have heard anyway. I guess in that case, Fishmonger's just gonna stew and wait to see what answers he can get from this intruder who he, accidentally clobbered.
If you're looking to get more answers from that, like along that line of thinking, that would mean that you're going to have to interact with somebody outside this current investigation, which means you would be reaching out to an elder at that point, which I will remind you goes against your not direct instruction, but kind of implied instruction.
Right. Well, that's why he wants to interview this after the doctors have fixed him up. This person, and see what he can get from that. 'Cause that's fine.
Okay. Doc, Elliot, I'm going to need you to make me a series of 3 rolls. I'm looking for 10 successes total in those 3 rolls. And it's going to be intelligence medicine. And since you are in an infirmary, now you get, I believe it's +2 to this roll. But I need 10 successes total in 3 rolls, the same. Now, the question is, Elliot, you say you're supporting Doc on this?
Given the narrative, I'd say that would be the correct way of doing this, because it is his clinic.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of experience with live bodies. No one who's ever been under your knife has survived. So to refer to yourself as a surgeon is laughable at best. But let's see what Doc has to do. Doc, would you give me a +3 total intelligence medicine 3 times, please? We're looking for 10 successes.
Could I add my surgery specialty to this?
Yes.
Alright. Also, watch out. Lights about to come on my end. I will rouse to increase int.
Okay. Now you can do that for all 3 rules separately. Yes, Elliot?
What does the specialty add, just out of curiosity, to figure out
Specialty allows him, because this is a surgery, allows him an additional +1 die. So, as long as you specialize in something, you can end up maintaining an additional dice. But it only in that particular niche, in this case, surgery. So, Doc, you do manage to rouse, but you are getting hungrier. What's your current hunger at?
My current hunger is 2.
Might want to be careful, Doc. Right now, you're trying to operate on a buffet, and it's very tempting.
Cautions need to be done.
It's 5 successes right out of the gate. Nice. Do you want to willpower that and hope to fish for a crit?
You know what? Why not? Yeah. I'll reroll the 3 ones, actually.
Six successes, but that's only the first roll. You gotta get a total of 10 by the end of this. So I'd like you to roll me a second one.
Alright. Second one.
That is
the second one wouldn't have the rouse bonus, though.
No, unless you're going to rouse again.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll rouse again. Sure.
Okay. So we'll just retroactively do it, which is fine.
Yeah.
You're at 3 hunger. Alright.
This is getting dangerous.
Do you want to willpower that again? Or because right now you are Or no, actually. 6. That makes 10. Man should do it in 2 checks, not 3. Congratulations, Doc.
Thank you.
Doc, this is at best meatball surgery. And you know it, and I know it. This was more a matter of stabilizing him. And, when the jawbone is broken and forced through the back of somebody's throat, when the upper rib cage is collapsed, when the collarbone has been shattered, and, well, at this point you had to trach him in order to end up keeping him breathing. A lot of damage has been done, a lot of blood has been lost, but as far as you know, he's stable. It's still going to take, this is going to take weeks of surgery, and right now the first thing you need to do is make sure that he manages to end up, well, holding up. And Doc, unfortunately, clinic's running low on blood. Took a while for you to end up realizing, but his blood type is type O negative, which makes him a very rare blood type all in all. Universal donor, but incredibly rare. Which means your reserves on that have very much caused some issues. If anybody else runs on it, well, it can end badly for somebody else too. But as you scrub up, as you clean yourselves off, dispose of the surgery gowns, remove the gloves, and try and end up leaving the cleanup to the rest of the staff. Jones, you have never seen somebody like Doc operate. For him, his movements aren't mechanical, like cold. You notice that it's more like playing the violin than anything else, while he's still messing around with scalpels and sutures. At the end of it, he's still able to end up bringing something else to the table. But that being said, Doc, you might have indulged a little. Not enough to end up getting a full bit of it, or full rouse check worth, but you were able to end up maybe leaving a little bit of a lick of some of the excess blood as you were elbow deep into this guy's upper chest cavity not more than a few minutes ago. Elliot, you're able to help so much as you know what tools to offer, hold what needs to be held, but it is something else to be working on a living body, to see the heart still beating, to see that the lungs collapsed and pierced, filled with blood. Pressure on the wound through the car stopped him from bleeding out, but in turn almost caused him to drown. All the little things that can go wrong in the human body, and you just witnessed at least 12 of them right now. But you do manage to come out of surgery, clean up. You manage to end up going into Doc's office. At least take a moment beforehand, with Fishmonger still outside. A moment for you to reconnoiter on what to do next.
Speaking of what to do next, he's actually going to have a little bit of the intruder's blood in a little vial that he took near the end, because I have a bit of sorcery I'm going to do with that.
That's not... Getting the blood isn't the trick here. The trick is doing so without the staff knowing. So this is going to be a dexterity larceny. And is Doc aware you're doing this? Is another question. Or are you doing this for your own benefit?
I would have informed him of it, because I'm trying to figure out if this man might be supernatural in any form or fashion.
Fair enough. Okay, so Doc, are you allowing this?
Hmm. In this situation, I don't think I would.
Might bring a little bit of heat on you.
In this situation, it is too.
Well, I mean,
It's
we do
too-
have a bunch of blood all over us. I'm pretty sure I can harvest it from damn near anything.
You could, but it depends on the type of sorcery you want to do. Rouseworth, for instance.
It is only a single dab of blood.
That wouldn't be an issue. But there are some sorceries that require significantly more. But if you're
I'm
talking
only
about
collecting a single dab of it. That is all I require.
a little more
Until this man is in a better state, it will not be good in this situation.
Okay. Well then. Elliot, I'm going to pass on the check then. Because I was under the impression you were trying to take a substantive amount. But a few droplets and what have you shouldn't be too difficult. Though somebody may be wondering where that scalpel went. And maybe a few jokes about, oh my god, I hope they didn't leave it in the patient. As doctors are wont to do. I'm sure Doc Saturday would attest. So, that being said, what exactly are you doing, Elliot Jones?
Are we talking about the sorcery, or what am I just doing in general, right?
I am asking about the sorcery. It's yours. I want you to tell us what it is. Tell us what the flare is. How is this little ritual of yours enacted?
I am simply doing a taste for blood, where he just needs to dab it onto his tongue. He will do this subtly and in private, maybe in a bathroom. That way there will be no one to notice. That way he doesn't get any strange looks. I believe that is a pass.
You can confirm that with 4 successes that he is indeed mortal.
Always good to be sure.
Derek, it seems like you're muted. Or you were muted.
Yep.
Apparently not.
Corrected that now. So, you do manage to end up gaining a taste and confirm that this individual is mortal. It's really weird. The best way I can describe it is when you taste of mortal blood, there is a sweetness there, but with the ritual, or with this particular ability of yours, it does allow you a taste that makes it feel more akin to, well, probably more like a vinegar aftertaste. Strange as that may sound. Now, Doc, Elliot, you both might find yourselves in the room. You know, Fishmonger is outside, but Doc, what is your own office in this clinic look like? Is there anything in particular that might catch Mr. Jones's attention?
There are several things that would catch his attention. Dr. Jones, or Mr. Jones, he is not a doctor, would end up seeing a room that is mostly dark in nature. It is themed with blacks and you do see the symbol of the hospital. Normally you would see a red cross, but in this instant you see a red diamond shape, which might catch your interest if you know the history behind that. As well as there are several different statues and depictions of things of not of this country, more Haitian culture. That's what Elliot would end up catching. Mr. Jones, we have a problem.
And what problem would that be, Dr. Saturday?
As you have seen within the surgery room, he is going to be indisposed for a week. And I don't know if God just particularly hates him, but he is O negative as well. We
that
do
is
not have...
not a good blood type. Not for what we're doing.
No, it is not. And the fact that his entire face was basically hamburger, there is no way he is going to be talking or conversing anytime soon.
So what you're saying is we have a charity case on our hands.
Exactly. And, well, he is of no use to us at this point. We won't be able to get information out of him if he cannot talk. Some weird mystical odds that you know of. Sadly, I am not too keen in that department.
So, we have the question. Do we dispose of him, or do we try to keep him alive to hopefully get information out of him by making him write it down?
Well, we do have other people in our coterie that could try something potentially. Maybe Summer could help with that. I am not too sure. I don't know what everyone can do.
Agreed. And while we are in your office, what is that red diamond? I'm not quite well versed on what it may mean.
To most that don't specifically know this, it is been recently added as an international symbol for help, just like the Red Cross and the Red Crescent. Particularly the Red Crystal is its actual term, is meant for neutrality with different religions. I am not particularly religious, but I do Haitian voodoo from time to time.
Are you a member of this organization, or do you support it?
Technically, my clinic is registered under it. Considering it is a nationally recognized symbol, whenever it is on the scene, it is the same as someone wearing the Red Cross and the other likeness.
That is good to know. That may be useful in the future. But I do believe we should go gather our hammer-handed friend and discuss this with him. I'm sure it is weighing heavily on his mind that we have had someone who almost had to become part of my profession.
Yes, we should also meet back up with the others.
Well, they know where we are, and it's best for us to stay here in case he has a relapse.
I can stay behind and keep watch while you go deliver the information to the others if you would like.
Indeed, I will, and in case you are wondering, he is indeed mortal. He is not supernatural in any way. So that makes this both easier and harder.
Good to know.
I will
Also-
go get our dear friend.
Excellent. By the way, you might have helped out a little bit, so I will give you an honorary doctor title. Just for tonight.
You see him smile and actually goes, "Yes!" One step
There you go.
closer.
Oh, you are still far from it, but a little pat on
Can
the
at
shoulder
least add
never
it to the resume that I helped. With that, he gives you a smile and a nod, and he goes outside to find Fishmonger.
Have a good rest of your night.
Fishmonger, it's a little bit of time before Elliot finally comes back out. You yourself still have quite a bit of blood on you, as you're not exactly in a position to be able to go inside and scrub up, though it's quickly drying. Maybe you sampled a little bit of the goods once or twice, if only to end up sating curiosity, or maybe it's just because he's finger-licking good, who knows.
God damn.
Yeah, Fishmonger's gonna stand up and almost like speed walk towards Elliot and be like, "How's the patient? Did you save him?"
For now, he is alive. We managed to do that, but we have a situation. But that is for a more secure place, if that is. Out of character, would there have been spare clothes in your clinic, Volvo?
Yes. Have to when you're dealing with multitudes of people coming in blood-soaked and bullet holes.
That being said, I have to end up asking Elliot, because you don't know the full lengths of what Doc does. So would you even know to ask? Because you certainly didn't in the discussion earlier.
That's a good thing you mentioned, because I was going to ask about the size of Fishmonger, then he was going to go back inside and see if there's even any clothes anywhere he could find. And if not, Dr. Scrubs.
Well, it's Doc's call. And that also means Doc's revealing information of himself, which I'm not sure if he's wanting to end up doing. It's his clinic, after all.
We get donations from time to time. I could potentially find something for you, but I doubt that it would fit very well.
We're just trying to get Fishmonger some clothes so he doesn't stand out when we get back. Because it would look quite strange for a man of his size to be covered in blood.
I already look strange. I'm not too worried about it.
Mr. Fishmonger, what is your size? I will see what we have, but as you know, donations are few and far between, so certain clothing might not fit you well.
How big is Fishmonger? That is a good question.
I guess the question is, are you asking for what it says on his driver's license, or what happened after the embrace?
Yeah, he's He's not actually super tall, but he has got broad shoulders and a bit of a beer belly, I'd say.
Generally, I'd say just 2 or 3 eggs.
I'll get the largest thing I can find for you. I don't think most things will fit your stature.
High or low? Doc, high or low?
You know what? Go high.
Oh,
Fishmonger, what they're offering you would make you first place in a wet t-shirt contest without even getting wet.
Appreciate the thought, but I'll make do with what I have.
Sorry, I could not help more.
And in the dark alleyway, Fishmonger's just gonna turn his wardrobe inside out.
Some of it soaked through, certainly. I mean, you were holding them for the most part, but what can you do there?
Yeah.
But it does end up gathering, and so Doc is staying at the clinic, and it's Elliot Jones and Fishmonger that are currently heading back to Summer's apartment. Am I understanding this correctly?
yes, of which Elliot will ask Fishmonger. Fishmonger, do you remember the way to the original meeting place? I don't quite remember. I've only been there the once.
Of course, I remember.
Then please lead the way then.
Gonna walk the whole way?
Unless you have a car that I don't know about, then we're walking.
No, I don't have a car. You may want to pinch your nose. I'm going to take Elliot through the sewer.
Elliot, Fishmonger says he knows the way. It takes little more than maybe a half a block walk to a back alley before he literally looks at a manhole cover, grabs hold of it, lifts it up with almost no issue. You know, usually you need tools to raise these things, but this he does with his bare hands. And manages to end up lifting the grate, and then looks at you with that get-in look.
You look at the manhole cover, back up to Fishmonger, back at the thing, back to Fishmonger, and goes, I see how you get around. And he starts climbing down.
Yeah, usually when something assaults your nose before it assaults your eyes, people tend to stay away.
Indeed.
Makes it easy.
So, if you don't mind my asking, do you want me to call you Mr. Fish or Fishmonger?
I think he's gonna pat you on the shoulder, leaving some of that viscous residue coming out of the pores. And he's gonna say, you can call me whatever you like, buddy, as long as you don't call me late for dinner.
That's quite fair. So, Fish, how did you manage to break so many bones by whatever it is you did? I heard so much cracking and breaking. How did you accomplish that? I've never seen anything like it.
Oh, you can see the color, which is green, very sickly green, kind of drain from Fishmonger's face a little bit. And he kind of shivers and says, "Well, I did not mean to break anything. I guess this thing I am now is far stronger than I used to be. I just have to get used to holding back. I only meant to knock him out, not to take him out."
That is a fair thing, and I'm sure over time you'll get used to it. But I think you did quite well. From what I could gather, I think you might have overwhelmed the rest of the coterie.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, at least this time he didn't die.
He was quite impressive for a mortal. I'm surprised he managed it.
I'm hoping to get some answers out of him.
Odds
When,
are he's not going to
Doc
be
says-
talking for a while. We have a bit of an issue because he's O negative, so we're don't really have the blood, and his jaw's been pretty much destroyed, so he's probably not going to be talking.
There's ways around that.
Then you have magics unknown to me. Let's see what the rest of the coterie has. Maybe we'll
I
find a way.
mean, aren't you the magic boy?
Eh, maybe.
I heard, Tremere were magic.
Yeah, technically everything you don't understand is magic.
Fair enough. There's a lot I don't understand.
Well, with that little conversation, we're going to fast forward a little bit. It's getting late. Probably not more than 3-4 hours before the sun rises. Before summer, you take in guests. First to arrive is Susie and Lila. Not long after that, Fishmonger and Elliot arrive, but Doc is strangely absent.
Welcome.
Well, good to know you
Summer.
made it out of there okay.
Yes, it went quite well, actually. So I'm pleased with how it ended. I think
Yeah.
we're on a. I think Temptation's End, we're on a good road to being cordial.
Yeah, as long as we don't ignore the traditions anymore. But hey,
Well, I mean-
Summer, do you have a washing machine? I'm kind of
I
in
can see
need
that.
of one.
Oh, yes. There should be a clothes washing machine in the back.
And the good Doc Saturday sends his regards.
Oh, okay. Fantastic.
The intruder is alive. Barely.
That's good.
And we have a bit of a problem.
Problem?
He is O negative, and we don't have the blood. As of this moment, he will have to be under surgery and watch for weeks. So, if we want information, we are going to have to wait a while, get a lot of blood, and find some way for a man who will not be able to talk to give us the information. Because his jaw is pretty much gone.
That does present some issues, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But on the bright side, my first ever patient survived. I am, for today at least, a doctor.
Oh, how absolutely wonderful for you. A Pyrrhic victory.
Still a victory.
No.
Susie.
Now, just I have a little bone to pick with you, Summer.
Oh,
Oh,
know-
here we go.
I'm assuming you walked here, right? Or you went back to your car. That
I have a
likely
car,
would
yes.
have been. You know, Lila and I would have been able to come swing around and pick you up if he'd actually answered my question. But it's good to hear that the meeting that you had went well. It really is. I would have preferred having an answer to that question. Oh, I don't know. And she pulls out her phone and checks the timestamp of the text. A couple of hours ago.
That was you.
You decided to overcomplicate things a little bit.
Everyone is listening all of the time.
Hey, Summer, can I borrow a towel?
There should be one in the bathroom.
Yes, that good. It'll be something better to cover up that full frontal that we received. Or at least close enough.
Susie, the reason I didn't answer your text initially is because out of the blue, a number I hadn't registered into my phone texted me asking me about information that I had only just finished with.
And that didn't make you think that it would have been someone who also knew about you having, a meeting?
I thought it was a stalker.
And again, overcomplications.
Question.
That is a number I've given to no one.
Would a stalker refer to Marcello as a fruit salad?
I didn't know you were talking about Marcello.
How could you not know I was talking about Marcello? Have you seen how that guy acts? Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure he's male. I think. Probably, 90% sure.
Ms.
No,
Johnson,
let me restart that, 80% sure.
you texted me out of the blue. I had not given you my number. What was I supposed to think?
I think this
Logically.
is the point where Fishmonger's coming back in.
I tracked a dude to his address in an hour. You think?
Yes.
You would think, hey, that person may have also had the thought to swipe my number as well. Because communication is very important.
You say that.
Stuff like this doesn't happen.
Susie, you say communication is very important as Fishmonger ends up approaching in nothing more than a towel. Which, it's a towel for summer, so it's about half the size as it needs to be.
Ah!
I have to ask, is it at least covering his manhood?
It is
Fairly.
for now.
That's a flashbang. Ah!
It's not the worst I've seen.
I think Fishmonger...
Elliot, I need you to roll me a manipulation subterfuge, because that's a bold-faced lie.
Manipulation subterfuge?
I'm joking.
And Summer
I'm
is
joking.
trying to keep Summer is trying to keep her cool in regards to all of this right now because lots of things are happening.
As Elliot says, oh, it's not the worst I've seen. Susie slow turns to him with a
That's
genuinely like a genuinely scared look on her face.
That's a 4?
Well, you're surprisingly well composed, but unfortunately, it's kind of hard to pass off. The fact that, oh yeah, I've seen worse. When you're literally looking at the full frontal of a Nosferatu. There's not a lot worse than that. There really isn't.
Let's hear from
I-
Derek if I passed.
I'm just leaving it there. I'm just leaving it there.
It speaks for itself.
Yeah.
All Lila does is she closes her eyes. I'm not looking. Nope, not staring that into my brain. No, thank you.
To change the topics from our fish friend, how did you get her number, Susie? If she doesn't give it out to anyone, how did you get it?
You know, the open source intelligence community is an absolutely wonderful group of people.
So I've heard.
You claim.
Everything from everywhere, all at once.
What she means to say is that there's some kind of technology that she has in her possession to swipe these things.
It's
Credit card
literally,
numbers,
it's
phone
literally
numbers.
I do have some RFID scanners and things like that, but not on me. No. The simple matter is it's an antenna and a script. That's it.
You could have at least asked for permission. Because we
Better
are
not.
a coterie.
No,
better
it's
to
fine.
ask forgiveness and permission in this state, especially since, well, you know, we were going into investigative mode, and communicate again. Having lines of communication is rather important when it could run us into things such as the police, worse than the police, people who hit people across the face with a duffel bag. Still hurts, by the way. Thanks for
Oh,
asking.
you'll-
Well, all of that being said, Susie, I appreciate you trying to reach out to me. But just so you're aware, swiping a number and texting out of the blue is not... It's a social faux pas. You either...
She just blinks at you.
But water under the bridge. What's done is done.
Like,
We're moving on.
the thing is that it's not even like a it's not even like a weird, like, it's not even like angry or whatever. It's just a blank blink, like social faux pas question mark. That it disappears as fast as it pops up.
Now, you did say that our friend at the clinic is alive. That is good. Thank you very much for that information, Mr. Jones. And that there are going to be complications in keeping him that way. That's the part that gets me a little concerned. But that still doesn't solve the matter that we still don't have a Samuel Collin.
Yeah, I'm gonna be working on that. That's my number one priority.
I did want to go through the duffel bag one more time myself. Did you bring it with you, Pazuzi?
Of course I did. I'm not leaving a bag full of evidence from what would be a crime scene alone. Masquerade breaching evidence.
Good.
Oh, God. No.
I will take care of the rest of that myself. As for...
I'll take
Well-
I'll take the tech stuff with me, and we can. You work on the papers. I'll work on that. Because I'm sure there's probably some stuff that was deleted in haste that'll need some combing through.
I can go through those kinds of things just fine.
All right.
Your assistance
My
would be
own-
greatly appreciated. But I would prefer to comb through it myself.
By all means.
That
It's not
being
like
said, we should work on a form of communication between each other. So, I only have the one cell phone, and it's only for specific purposes. For immortal purposes.
duly noted. I'll get you a burner. Me, I am liable to contact via a number of ways.
I have a work pager. That's pretty much all I got.
Yeah, sending you our number on your pager. I don't know that would be specifically all that's ideal either. Because if that's for your mortal purposes, keep those things separate.
That is,
if at all.
Yeah, exceptionally unsafe. Okay.
My sire was very thorough in telling me what was and wasn't safe.
Okay, how many burners do we need? I'm counting at least 2.
I've got my own burner. My other phone is kept for family only.
Okay. Do you have a phone, Fish?
Oh, can't really, pay for subscription when the whole world thinks you're dead.
Susie kind of stops for a minute. What do you mean?
I mean, it would be pretty strange if my name showed up on credit card record for a deceased person.
So you're recorded as having Ed already?
Yeah.
It's understandable, actually. I definitely understand that myself.
Fuck.
And I mean, it's not like I can go parading around with this handsome visage to try and, fix that.
3 burner phones it is. They're not going to be pretty, but they get the job done at least.
That'll be
That's
something
all.
we have
Well,
in
that
common
matters.
then.
And just as a reminder to all of us involved, keeping messages vague is definitely ideal. I'm dropping things. So, yes, your message was very vague in the way that it was worded and things like that, and that's very much appreciated. But the fact that I didn't know that it was you or coming from you, that was the part that got me a little concerned. So, because my number can be swiped by the likes of technical savvy individuals such as yourself, trust me, I've had issues with that in the past.
So
told
we
her
should
that was
use some
probably
kind of
it.
caller ID.
Well, if you log the number in your phone as a specific name, then of course it's going to come up as someone that you may know.
Alright.
but avoid real names.
Oh, it's a good thing Fishmonger's not a real name.
Real
I suppose it's
name,
a deal. Mhm.
real names, buzz terms, anything that relates to this particular line of work, avoid it.
Naturally.
Because, I mean, Fishmonger, I know you care pretty deeply about the new traditions we're now all bound under. Breaks golden
Yeah.
rule number 1 to do that.
Well, it breaks golden rule number 1 to let them know exactly what we are. It's,
Which brings me to our intruder friend, as you called him, Mr. Jones. This man knows too much.
about what? I agree that he has clues and information about Samuel.
The
Beyond
information that
that-
Samuel was recording, though, that's what's in the duffel bag.
Do we have any hint as to what it was? Me and Mr. Saturday and Fish over there, I don't think we saw any of it. So
Yeah,
what
I
are
was
we
waiting
actually looking at?
outside. Do they have photos of a feeding or something?
Worse,
Worse than a feeding.
photos of, because a feeding could be anything. If you're biting into
I mean,
if you're biting into someone's neck, for instance, it could be written off as something sultry.
perhaps.
No, we're talking about lifting. Very small people lifting much past their weight class.
With one hand.
I would say on the level of yourself, Mr. Fishmonger.
And
Someone around the size of maybe Susie, maybe Summer, lifting you.
That is bad, yes.
yeah, what's worse is that the person's face is blurred.
Blurred
Not-
how? Are we talking like something technological?
No. No, we are not.
It's not a glitch I've ever seen before.
And what makes you think that it's not like photoshopped?
Because I can tell.
Yes, I had been meaning to ask you.
Because and she kind of thinks of how to phrase it for a moment. My sire has told me about this, and I'm capable of it myself.
Currently?
Yes.
Well, that's good to know.
We who skulk around in the shadows, who hide from sight, cannot hide from the electric eye of a camera. But with refinements, what was once impossible becomes very possible. And this, because she actually has the image, she had that particular image at the very top of the bag, because she knew it was going to come up. And this is the result of that. So, we've caught a use of not one, but two very obviously unnatural things. The unnatural strength And whilst it wouldn't necessarily occur, the ability to hide oneself. Pair that with the fact that this photo was found with a bunch of other information pertaining to very important locations. Like, say, Elysium?
So finding Collins really is a priority.
Yes, and we're going to scour for him.
Got a plan?
I had spoken with Temptation's End about this, about whether they know him or not. And they were a little vague, I will admit. But I don't think that they would know where he is currently. They've been rather busy the last few nights.
Don't expect every one of us to know every single person under our domain personally.
No, but vagueness can be put up as a veil very intentionally.
Oh, yes.
It has been brought to their attention that we are seeking him, so if they do end up finding him, then that's more eyes and more ears to the ground that could potentially be taking Mr. Collins and silencing him. I don't think it's a bad thing that they're aware. So, there is the potential that if we find him, that we could do what exactly? What are we planning to do to silence him?
Well, we can't just kill him. That'd be the easiest option. As loath as I hate to admit that. And of course, there's also the matter of
People can be persuaded, but I don't know that we have the resources to back that up.
monetarily, certainly not. Which means we need a black man. But we have...
We can leave that up to you. Your technical skills.
Pretty sure if there was dirt on this man, Susie would have found it already.
On the internet, things are a little nebulous. But we have physical hardware in this bag. Physical hardware that could contain all manner of things.
Well, I plan on sifting through it.
So...
But finding him is a priority here, because based on the evidence that we've already seen, he needs to be quieted. And yesterday.
Susie also glances at her phone. It's not like we have a lot of hours left to get stuff done.
No, not tonight. But a cursory plan.
A cursory plan.
And I think here is a fantastic time to take a short little break. Be back soon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The coterie, after having done some deliberation, stabilized the individual who they ended up finding in Cullen's apartment, are now able to end up managing to look over what it is that they've managed to find. It's taking some time between the computer, laptops, the files, and everything else that they managed to get out of the apartment. Well, certainly was a robbery. There is a little bit of hesitation. After all, there is information here that may tie a few individuals in. More accurately, potentially be masquerade breaching. A true concern. And the test given to them by the Camarilla. We follow the Midnight Menagerie as they continue to end up pushing this investigation, with the hopes, or perhaps fear, that they'll end up covering up that horror that walks with us at night. Now, everybody was dividing up, going through the material in Summer's little apartment. Now, I'm going to ask a few key questions. I understand that some of you were going over the technology bits, and some of you were investigating the files. So these are going to be two separate roles. I'm going to ask who is supporting who and what, and who's leading the charge on it. So
Elliot is leading the files.
Elliot is leading on the files, okay. And who is leading on the technology?
I could do that.
Now, Susie, this computer, on first glance, doesn't take much. Doesn't have any kind of password protection or anything like that. If you had to guess, this thing has always been in his basement apartment, so he never felt a need to lock it up in that regard. However, you do have an option here. I have no doubt you have several ways to be able to end up getting this thing hooked up to the internet. Are you going to be hooking up to the net and maybe be able to use some of what it's connected to, or are you going to keep it isolated?
There's actually a third option I'm gonna take here, because I'm gonna give it a some local network access, but I'm not going to let it connect to the internet.
Okay.
So it'll have access to devices that I directly connect it to, but no internet access outside of that.
Okay.
But I will also be going through the browser and going through the history and things that has been bookmarked. Not necessarily pulling up pages, but you know, if it's a newer laptop and it's got like, you know, Chrome or Firefox or whatever, he's probably, because he didn't put a password on the thing, he's probably using the password manager that's stored in the browser, which means I can just steal all of his passwords.
Absolutely. Completely possible. Now, let us start then, since it's fresh in your mind, Susie.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you to roll me a intelligence plus technology. Now, who is assisting Susie on here? Whoever, if you assist Susie here, you cannot assist Elliot.
I'm
I will
assisting
assist you.
Susie.
I
So-
can assist Susie as well if she'll take it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Elliot's going through the documents on his own then, because everybody jumped
No.
on Susie.
Nope, I'm gonna help him instead.
Okay, so Summer's going to end up assisting Elliot in that regard. So, but Fish and Lila are going to end up assisting Susie. Okay, so Susie, you get a +2 to this roll. Intelligence plus technology.
It's a good roll for me.
It is, and you got a +2 on it.
Yeah.
Wow. Gonna spend a willpower.
Okay.
Wow. 12 dice and 2 successes. Derek, did you exchange your dice bag with mine?
2 successes on a 12 dice roll. That is unfortunate.
Uh-huh.
Susie?
Probably the stupidity of his security blinding me.
No, actually this is far worse. Is now I gotta make the opposed roll. Oh.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Susie, you go through it, and you start to end up trying to looking up. Now, at first, there's not a whole lot to go through. It's a lot of rejection letters from larger papers. It's a lot of attempts at correspondence emails that were sent out. A lot of talking about, cats and trees and the accusations of fraud and what you think is, there's a few bits of email corresponding with a lawyer, apparently over fraud charges. You're going through it. You start taking a look at his browser history, which, let's just say, is unsavory to say the least. But
This dude's got
somebody has a thing for giraffes.
Ah.
You did not need to see that, but you do run across an interesting point of he's using a shared document folder if it's allowed to connect. And it is confirmed that it is also using his phone, which means you now have an ability to track his phone. Problem. The moment you do so, it takes you a second to realize that you're not controlling the mouse anymore. And you start finding certain things start to go awry. You disconnect it as quickly as possible, but whatever the hell they happen to do, you are seeing this starting to go, and it starts to artifact. And you hear a whirring sound. And you know this because you know the sound of a hard drive being overclocked.
I know that sound too.
Oh,
And
fuck.
the computer goes dead as you hear the sound of a hard drive forced itself to spin so hard it shattered its own disk.
You do.
Jesus, Susie.
Nope. And she closes it. Nope. And you see that the next thing she goes to do is grab a big blunt object.
Susie?
He detonated the damn thing remotely.
What?
Yeah?
Yeah, we're getting nothing from this. The hard drive's dead.
Did you manage to get anything?
Nope. There was a...
A hard drive
I
is
guess he's
salvageable.
more tech savvy than
No.
you thought.
No, that's not salvageable. The platter is shattered. There's no coming back from that. That hard drive is physically destroyed.
Oh, joy.
A laptop with no protections, having something like that on it.
That is the protection, isn't it?
Suppose technically.
Susie,
You
know
wanna
for
know
a,
me-
you know for a fact that situation was probably not on there until it got hooked up, and it takes that is not an amateur move.
No, it's not.
But somebody did it for a brief moment, and all they needed was a moment to get it on. And you might not be sure of the details. You might speculate.
You didn't connect the internet, did you?
This person
No.
managed to get past securities and found a way to do it.
This guy had no real security on here. I turned off the connection to the internet, but it would have been easy if there was a reverse shell already on it, or a script to execute turning the internet back on, if only for a moment, and then executing some kind of virus that would spin up the platter and...
Maybe Samuel's more tech savvy than you thought.
It's definitely not him.
It's not him. It can't be him. And there's a reason for that.
And there's somebody else that confirms it.
So I have a question then. What are the odds of them knowing exactly where this thing was located and coming to see who was messing with it?
Hi.
And she's sitting there for a moment. Packed of shit. And you see that she gets a large blunt object and starts hitting the laptop with as much force as she can muster.
Why don't you have Fish break it?
Elliot, I think you were a little too preoccupied with what's in the physical stuff that you have.
Yeah, you're searching through the files.
We're searching through that.
But you do hear banging.
Understand,
Elliot
this
has
is...
everything in the duffel bag. You hear from the
Luckily
other
people are
room.
able to talk at the same time.
Elliot, I'm going to need you to roll me a wits investigation. You will get a +1 because of Summer.
Yeah, because I can't help you there.
If I'm wanting to find anything that implicates Temptation's End first, before Elliot does, is there something I can do there?
I'll tell you what. You can do so, but if Elliot crits, he finds it first.
Okay.
So you get all the information, but he'll also end up finding something out, or he'll find the information before you. Assuming there is some.
Rolling in 3, 2, 1.
Ooh.
That's 3 points. Do you want to end up willpowering those 2 failed dice to chance for a crit?
Yeah, I think I'll do it. That would be the RP reroll, correct?
Yep.
Yep, WP.
Yep.
You want 2 dice. Five successes.
Still pretty good.
Elliot. So there's a few things that catch your eye. Very first one, obviously being the image that was showcased by Susie earlier on. That's nothing new. What is new is, as you continue to end up going through it, you find pictures of what you know is Alicia. And in Elysium, well, the cathedral is in full view. Few photos. You notice there's nothing particularly distinct. Definitely shows a bunch of cars gathering, but nothing you can make the license plate out on or anything like that. Seems that he's taken it from a great distance, maybe with a telephoto lens. You would also note a few other things, though. The first one is you are going to end up noting that you have actually ended up finding other locations. There's a handful of places you recognize, some you don't in the city. But there is something else. Apparently, dossier of one Edward Novak. Not sure why he was researching into this individual, but there's definitely a name and address. And Summer.
Mm-hmm.
You do find something. It's mixed in with all the photos and what have you. There's a few that are framed. But like old spy movies, you get that instinct to always check the frame. And you do find a photo behind a photo. And it is a photo of him, Cole, Marcelo, and Jude. Looks like they're hanging out in a bar together. And they seem to be pretty happy.
That I'm sneakily putting into a pocket.
Okay. Roll me a Dex Larceny real quick, would you, Summer? Versus Elliot's Wits Awareness. And Elliot, you're going to be at a -1 because you are more focused on the work right now, and that was your primary role.
Oh, God.
You said wits awareness at a -1?
Mm-hmm. Well, good news is the beast doesn't take over that one, Summer, just your own clumsiness. Elliot, at a brief moment, you see Summer. Did she just pocket something? But at that same moment is suddenly when Susie goes into a complete panic. And you start hearing this horrible whirring sound, which this would be the point where Susie immediately closes the laptop and decides nope, as you end up hearing what sounds like the hard disk or a bit of metal cracking. Before she goes off to grab something extremely heavy and start bludgeoning this thing down.
Susie?
Pack everything. We need to go now.
I'm going to assume we're going to have company.
Yeah, and they're not kind.
All right.
You get the thing. Words hard when faced with likely very imminent demise. We need to leave.
They have to get through
Because
Summer's safe door first.
Because whoever detonated that hard drive likely knows exactly where this thing is.
Shit.
So Elliot's
God
going
damn
to
it.
take all of the information that he found. He's going to keep those. Is there anything nearby for him to either burn the rest or get rid of it?
Just pack it in the duffel
I'm
bag.
just pocketing it in the duffel bag. I'm just throwing everything back in, except for that picture I pocketed.
He's actually going to put the dossier directly into the front of his lab coat pocket on the inside.
Okay. Now, unfortunately, this means you guys have a grand total of 2 hours before sunrise. Your location is compromised.
Okay.
I have an apartment. It's not big, but it's something.
Sunproof?
Not fully,
Elliot,
but we can make enough noise.
Fuck.
I have an apartment as well. It's still kind of small.
We can go to mine. It's probably the biggest place.
okay.
And
All right.
Susie pulls out her phone because luckily she hadn't done anything with her phone. There was no cellular antenna attached to that laptop, and she types a very quick text to question for you, Volvo. Doc has a phone, yeah?
He has a burner.
Yeah.
Which you would have clipped the number.
Yeah. Doc, you would receive a text on the burner. Basically saying, make yourself scarce. Basically, that's the. It's not in proper mob talk, but it's in the same sort of method that one would be like, yeah, heat's up and you need to lay low.
Understood.
And after everything's packed, which I'm guessing would only be a couple of minutes.
Well,
Summer's trying to collect some of her things too. So
I'm gonna ask everybody to roll me a stamina athletics,
Oh no.
and we are going to take the lowest roll. So 2 is the lowest roll right now. 2.
It's the lowest.
Best I
And
could
1
hope
is the
for.
lowest is Susie.
I'm gonna spend a willpower. I've got 2 dice.
Just to make sure that that's not the lowest roll.
Yep.
Okay.
Alright, it's a 3.
It's a 3.
That's a
Fishmonger's
7.
Oh my
Fish-
god. I rolled 7.
I knew this would happen. Summer's not exactly the stamina queen.
At least the
At least-
standard is 2.
The standard is 2.
Which is, hey, for the mass roll taking lowest, that's not terrible.
Yeah.
But Summer's
All right.
definitely cramming what she can into
Maybe
an
that
additional duffel bag.
maybe that's why Summer was slowing it down. Not that anybody else knows, or has to know, but you grab what you can, and you start making your way down. Now, who is in what vehicle right now? This is going
I'm
to be
in my
important.
car.
All right, who's jumping in
Lila's
with
got her
Summer?
bike.
Lila's on bike.
Oh, motorcycle, but still.
All right, Susie.
Elliot and Fish didn't
Nope, they came on foot.
then they're both coming with me, and Fish will need to be in the back and to keep his head down.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. So if that's the...
important,
Go
very
ahead.
important question, just before you continue the scene.
Mhm.
Were my clothes dry?
No.
Okay. Now you can
You'll
continue.
you'll have to wear them wet or wait for them to dry and just.
Take the towel with you.
I'm in the towel in the car.
Did you grab your stuff at the very least?
I I guess so. Maybe the
I'm just presuming since Summer's grabbing some extra stuff along the way that you do.
Oh yeah,
the same.
she's grabbing
Yeah.
everything that she can that she owns.
Okay. So, that being said, Fishmonger's in the car with Susie. Lila's on the bike. Summer's in her own car. And so, who is Elliot running with? Or is he just going out on foot?
Elliot's with Susie's gonna be like, get the fucking car.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't quite trust Summer, especially after what he noticed. So he's definitely going with Susie.
All right. So, with that in mind, I'm going to end up asking everybody to roll me a manipulation drive.
Oh.
That anybody who's in
no.
charge of a set of wheels, roll me a manipulation
Nah,
drive. You cannot be assisted.
Can I rouse for it at least?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm gonna rouse for mine.
Yeah, that's gonna come in handy.
One success on a coffee cat. So Summer's one success. Lila's one success.
Susie is 4.
Susie, you're the one who's the quickest to do it, but in your rearview mirror, you see 3 black vans pull up. And you do not want to stick around.
And Susie's like, oh my god, thank fuck Fishmonger is in the back of this car.
do they have license plates?
They do.
Okay. I may try to grab one. I don't think I can get all.
I'll tell you what. I'll give it to you if you roll me a wits awareness and on a crit. This is kind of half in the or fast paced, and you're kind of ducked down. So
Yeah.
it's not like you came prepared for this shit. You are literally in your. You are. If this goes wrong, you're going out the same way you came into this world.
That's
That's a crit.
That is a 5
Oh, sorry,
on crit.
5.
Nice.
That is a crit. So, Fishmonger, you managed to get one of the plates. Veteran plates, actually.
It's not good.
But outside of that, the van is mostly indistinct. Summer, and Lila, you end up seeing this as well. Now, you're not sure if they caught you, if they're going to follow you, but you do know that at this point, your place is being raided.
Mhm.
And there's one word that comes to your mind right now. Inquisition.
I have to talk to Owen.
And as Susie is pulling away, those black vans, she already knows what that means. It's something she and her sire had discussed at length. She white knuckles the wheel.
Don't draw attention. Don't draw attention.
Okay. Calm, but cool, collected.
I mean, once I've got the license plate, I'm probably going to obfuscate in the back of the car.
You got Cloak of Shadows?
Yep.
Cool. Perfect.
Let's run.
And
Go ahead.
Susie's not saying anything, but Elliot, if you look over to her,
He's
you
definitely
don't
paying attention.
you don't need you don't even need an insight check to know she is tense.
He's going to notice this and just remain quiet.
Hmm. Yeah, we're headed for mine. Although, via a very circuitous route, just in case any of them get the idea to follow.
All right. Susie, you're not sure if you made it out in time. You do, however, know that that spot is compromised utterly. You start heading to your home base, so to speak. Right now, you have Elliot, you have Fishmonger in the car. Now, that being said, Lila, you're driving out right now. You're on bike. I imagine you comply to most of the standards, so to speak.
Yep.
And as you end up here, continuing to end up going down the road, I'd like you to roll me a wits awareness, please. Lila, there's one thing you notice. It's a bird. Looking over. Circling. It's circling the establishment. This apartment complex that Summer was living in. And now? Well, it seems to be following down the way Susie went. Its eyes locked on something. And there's something instinctual, you know. You know it. You just can't prove it. Have you been being watched this whole time? Seems, well, you're all looking for Mr. Collins. Somebody's been looking for you. Or watching you.
Well, one person comes to mind if there is someone watching. Earl Thresher's Gangrel.
She did promise.
She's probably not going to be happy about current circumstances.
Now let's flip out to Doc. Doc, you were told to make yourself scarce. What exactly are you doing right now? And can you afford to make yourself scarce, given who's currently staying at your clinic right now?
Currently, I personally can't afford to. Especially with this individual that's related to the police being taken care of. So, I'm going to do my normal routine of stifling information. But I will tell my staff to make sure he stays in his room. If he wakes up, notify my pager and leave
They'll
a message
certainly do
to
that.
normal.
So where do you intend to hide out?
I intend to hide out in a nearby funeral home of a, wouldn't necessarily say friend,
An
But-
associate.
associate.
That's understandable. And then there's Summer. Summer, whose mind goes to one person at this time. I have no doubt, Summer, that you're wanting to end up seeing Owen. Because some things are just above your pay grade. And that's an unfortunate truth. You start to drive off. Is there any precautions or anything else I should know about that you're doing?
I'm going a roundabout sort of way. I'm staying off of like main highways and things like that. Definitely keeping low profile, following speed limits, things like that. Trying my best to be as inconspicuous and unnoticeable as possible. I have a beater car. I'm just a girl who's maybe a college student.
No.
Get rid of the jacket. The jacket goes in the back of the car. I just look ordinary.
You know where to find him this time of night. Owen is a creature of routine and doesn't like to break it for anybody. See, swing by the Marriott. A fairly large structure in what is, well, San Jose is not exactly known for its skyscrapers, so when you're in the Marriott, there's a lot of places to overlook, but at this exact time, you end up going to the top floor. You try and make yourself as presentable as possible. You wait for a moment, though you can already feel as you start to stress, looking at the time. You should be coming out any second now, and sure enough, like clockwork, an individual who otherwise is not of note, just dressed in a nice suit, probably another bit of business that Owen's involved in, and leaves, and before the door can close, you put your foot in it. He's not aware you're arriving, but he is, after all, your sire. Why don't you tell us a little bit about Owen?
Owen and I met on an ordinary night. We hit it off. We started talking, technology, and that's the field that I've been in all of my life. And we had a good conversation, and I think we've had a good relationship ever since the night he embraced me. And he's always been like a mentor to me in everything Ventru, as I've come to know it. Strict, but kind. And showing up unannounced does kind of throw a little bit of the monkey wrench into that perfect, like, clockwork schedule of his.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little nervous in just showing up.
How do you make your presence known?
Am I standing outside the door? Is the door closed?
Door's not closed yet. You just managed to stop it from closing.
Okay. I kind of give a knock on the door, and he sees that I have my duffel bag of my belongings.
You see him come in, or you see him peer down the hall. I mean, he looks a little confused at first. Summer, I had no idea that you'd be showing up. Please, come in. Come in.
And she nods and walks into the door, walks into the main room, kind of looks a little nervous. She kind of allows herself to be a little more at ease with him than she would with maybe the rest of the coterie.
I'm surprised to see you here.
So am I. I've got some bad news.
He kind of smirks and rolls his eyes. Oh, sure it is. And he starts to walk towards the balcony, in which case, you know, he is offering to join you. This place doesn't have much for balconies, so to speak, but it's one of the few ledges that are in the back of the building. Allows a little bit of a overview. Not a great view, but definitely a view of the city.
So, we were on a job for Thresher, but I think we bit off more than we could chew.
Do tell.
Black Vans? They raided my apartment. I didn't leave anything behind. I brought everything with me.
You can see that his face goes stern at that point. He doesn't say anything, though. He just lets you continue on.
I don't have any place to go.
You're requesting succor.
Yes, sir.
Very well, then. I would be not disrespect you to end up doing so. Please do end up keep putting your belongings to the side, and we'll discuss this for a moment.
And she puts the duffel bag of her belongings on one of the chairs and joins him on the balcony, sort of ledge thing.
And you see he plugs in what appear to be old Christmas lights. They're roll me a what would this be? This wouldn't be a larceny. This would probably be let's do streetwise. This is intelligence streetwise.
Okay. Not a bad roll for me.
Summer, the only thing you know for a fact is the only reason he's doing this is it's a way for him to signal something. It's a sign. It's basically a sign that for anybody who's in the know, and is something that's just a little tacky at the wrong time of year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So what do you want to know first?
Well, how did they end up finding your place would be a good start.
Well, it's a long and complicated story, I guess.
Well, make it quick then, because I'd rather not stand on this balcony once the sun starts coming up.
Yes. of course. Long story short, we were tailing a journalist who Thresher had told us was getting a little nosy. And so she had us assigned to deal with it. We found the apartments. Mostly. We didn't find the journalist. We found someone else who was raiding the apartment first. We caught them.
What did they have to say?
Their mouth's a little caved in. Haven't said anything. But the information we found did mean that the journalist was getting too nosy.
So Thresher was correct in how they were, and we're hoping that you'd be able to handle it.
Yes. We found a laptop. And one of my coterie mates, with my assistants, we started digging through. But there was a sort of script of some kind that fried the whole hard drive. Physically broken. It's not recoverable. But then Black Van started showing up.
And then you wonder why it is that our prince tries to end up making sure technology is used to a minimum.
Of course.
I always ended up finding it curious. It seems that the closer we dance with it, the more arrogant we end up becoming. And I thought we would have ended up learning this lesson when the Second Inquisition showed up, but apparently not. It's disheartening, to say the least. And so as soon as these vans showed up, you made sure to make yourself scarce. You notice that his eyes are now following the traffic around the building.
I made sure to go roundabout.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure you also presumed that they wouldn't end up finding your location.
I don't have anything on me.
Perhaps. Unfortunately, paranoia is somewhat healthy in this time we end up living in. This is not one of those moments where we can just assume that everything will be fine. So, you found out. What did you find of this journalist?
He's still at large.
And your exact
We're going to
task?
find him tonight.
Well, it doesn't look like you'll be finding much of anything tonight.
We had hoped to find him at his apartment.
To which you ended up finding the home invader? He kind of says questioningly. And you came here because you needed a place to stay. Well, I'm sure this will be a black mark on your records. Let's hope it doesn't escalate into much more than that.
I certainly hope not.
Stay here for the evening. I will make accommodations. Is there anything else you need?
No, I should be fine otherwise.
Good. You should also have it noted that the court publicly is in full support of you and the coterie, this midnight menagerie. Always loved the eloquence of French, but at this exact moment, there are quite a few others who privately are hoping that this serves as an embarrassment to our prince. I'm sure you won't allow that to happen, Miss Love.
I know how important it is. That the Midnight Menagerie is important.
Viewed in a favorable light.
Yes.
So with that out of the way, are there any concerns I need to end up addressing before I take my leave for the evening? After all, I'm already 15 minutes late.
I don't mean to keep you.
You're my child, though. If there's anybody who has the right to keep me for anything in this city, it's you. Just don't abuse the privilege and we'll get along fine, Summer.
I understand.
So speak your mind. You don't get many opportunities to do so.
I'm not gonna lie, it's freaking me out.
As it should. I find myself, if I were to be alive, my heart would be certainly beating with the adrenaline of which I miss so much.
It's a lot. I feel like
You're putting out fires all over the city, hopping from place to place, and then asked to remain calm, cool, and collected, and try to act as though everything is as it should be, even though it's all falling to pieces.
exactly.
Such is our lot. Such is the expectation. The blood of Owen Mon is within his child. And I trust you to be accordingly. However, I would end up asking a small question, if it were. Allow me to see if I understand this correctly. Supposedly, these vans showed up after the hard drive was destroyed.
Yes.
And this reporter was investigating what?
He was investigating Kindred.
Getting a little too close.
Getting a little too close.
So then I would have to ask, is he an unwitting pawn, or is he part of something greater? If he's a part of something greater, you have much to fear. If he is an unwitting pawn, then he is little more than a loose end. Or bait.
I worry that it is bigger.
Perhaps then you should understand the scale of the operation accordingly. I will make appropriate inquiries. See what must be done. You, on the other hand, are going to have to end up finding some way to make sure that you and your coterie don't get further implicated in this, and see if you can end up getting a hold of this, well, this individual which has been requested of you by Thresher.
That's our intent.
Speed is more important at this point. You may want to be as thorough as possible. Thoroughness implies time. At this point, you simply need to break the trail. I have to end up here seeing if I can end up scrubbing any showcases of you existing in that apartment. No doubt they already have mail and contacts and what have you, but perhaps that's something you should end up concerning soon enough. Still, might I suggest you look in... Well, I can handle that on my own. You can end up here resting easy this night, Childer. And tomorrow, see if you can get in contact with your coterie. And know that this business needs to be put behind you. After that, I want a full report on any potential loose ends.
Of course.
Once that happens, the Camarilla will be fully supportive in your endeavor to end up maintaining the masquerade. After all, this is simply an escalation, I'm sure. Summer, you can tell when your sire is much like yourself right now, trying to remain composed, but mind aflutter with all the angles that need to be taken into account.
Mm-hmm.
May not seem outwardly stressed, but internally you have no doubt that he is much the same as you in this regard. Perhaps there's a kinship there for that. But he starts to make his way off the balcony, pulling the drapes closed, and starts to gesture to a side room. This apartment and office, this little place for doing small amounts of business, well, or at least appearing small time, to hide what he's actually capable of. Something that you are very familiar with Vaughn doing. Well, let's just say appearances are always deceiving when it came to your sire.
If at any point you need my assistance, I'm here to give it.
At this point, you are best to end up getting a rein on your coterie.
Yes.
At this point, I have no doubt that they're scattered about and all flooding their heads with idiotic ideas and finding some way to compound the problem. Probably lost so much that they're not focusing on the task given to them, and if the court has given you a task, then presume that that is the top priority you must end up abiding by. You're being tested, Miss Love. All of us knew that. The fact that you came to your sire will be the black mark. Do what you can to bury that under a pile of accolades worthy of praise in Elysia. One must maintain dignitas in all things. Or as a child once said to me, a very interesting way of turning the phrase, never let them take your face, above all else.
I'll do that.
Is there anything else you need, Childer?
No. I think I know how to contact my coterie.
Then make me proud. He
Yes, sir.
grabs hold of what appears to be a briefcase full of documents, and starts to walk on out.
I pull out my phone.
Mm-hmm.
My one phone.
Mm-hmm.
And text message back the number that texted me. Just that same emoji face.
Susie, you managed to get home, at least for the time being. And it is... Well, what is your place like? Well, what is it that Fishmonger and Elliot are greeted with?
So, the outside facade is normal. As normal as one could think. It's a house, you know, just on that edge between the inner city and the suburbs. So, you know, it's got a bit of that flair to it, but nothing you would consider untowards. As she pulls into the garage, however, and lowers everything down, the garage seems, you know, normal for someone who might have a small technical workshop in there. You know, soldering iron, various things. There are various things that you would expect out of someone who does hobbyist electronics work. Although, entering into the house proper, though, the first smell that you were hit with is, in fact, Elliot, it's probably a smell that you know very well. It smells clinical in here. Down the left, to the left, you come out into a hallway. Down to the left, you see the regular things. A living room, a kitchen, the front door, set of stairs leading upstairs to probably a bedroom. Going to the right, however, you see it looks like there's been a large room extended to the back of the house, to a place that people wouldn't see. You know, you look into the backyard and it just looks like a regular extension, but on the inside, there is laboratory equipment everywhere. Some of it looks quite expensive, in fact. You can see that there are many different cabinets, probably chemical stores and other such things. Well, welcome to Casa del Susi. For your sake, don't touch anything.
It definitely smells chemical, but at least we did get something from this mess. Which, Susie, I'm going to need your assistance in looking a name up.
Yeah, I'm kind of reticent to do that at the moment.
You found something?
He pulls out the dossier and tosses it on her table.
Susie would come over.
One Edward Novak. This is someone the journalist was looking into.
It's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
Do you say that out loud? Do you say that out loud, Fishmonger?
Yes.
Okay.
You know this man?
Of course I know him. He's me.
Oh, fuck me running with a goose.
I'm gonna pick up the dossier and, see what they have on me.
Well, looks like we're not investigating them, Susie. They're right here.
Fish, you can see a few things. First bit is that You end up definitely see medical records. You see death certificate, birth certificate, death certificate. You might always find it funny on how everybody panics about the death certificate thing when it's the birth certificate that says you're going to die. But you also see emergency contacts. You see, there's references to your family. They've not ended up. There's nothing here to implicate anybody in that regard. You can see a few notes that this reporter had made. And you notice a photo on what is your headstone. And you see red marker. It's written a simple question. Is he there?
I think I'm gonna hold on to this.
Given it's about you, I don't see the harm in it.
You're muted.
Lethality, you're muted.
So to repeat, I knew that you were compromised, but this is a lot worse than I thought. Having a look at the
Oh,
dossier. Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
I didn't consider being dead compromised, but someone told him that I might not be in my grave.
Yeah, and it's probably the same people who were rocking up to Summer's place when we left.
I'm not so sure about that.
But
the number of people who know I'm still walking around is
Negligible.
not as big.
Yeah, someone must have told him, but the negligible at this point. We were
Fishmonger,
given it.
Yeah,
roll me an intelligence or intelligence wits real quick.
sure. And I'm rolling crits tonight.
Damn.
No, that's actually a fantastic time to crit. Fishmonger. Think about what the question says. Is he still there? Who are you currently looking for?
Oh, Samuel Collins, the reporter who...
And what does that mean he does?
Well, it means he finds sources.
He answers questions. And you just found one of the big questions he has.
Is he there?
Alright. In that case, I believe Susie said she wanted to see the dossier. So I think Fishmonger's just going to, like, push it onto her, and then he's going to walk away from his house. Away from her house.
As you're leaving, Elliot's gonna ask, "Where are you going?"
My
The
grave.
sun is about to rise.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of time. You should probably do that tomorrow. As she's thumbing quickly through the dossier.
He's gonna go anyway. So he's already walking out.
Alright. And she's looking through it, and she spots the photo. Oh. I'm going to look at the formatting. Because dossiers are formatted in with respect to different groups of interest. Dossiers are formatted in very specific manners. So I want to see if this is one that I recognize.
I'm not even going to have you roll it. This is a dossier he's thrown together based off of separate others. So it's kind of like he got a sneak peek into one, then another, then another, then another, and he's compounded
He's piecemeal. So it's piecemeal.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, at the very least, this isn't something like, an official like FBI or CIA dossier. That would be absolutely terrifying.
But the fact he's still found out is bad.
This is bad. This is
Fuck,
really
where's Fish going?
to his grave.
Oh, fuck. We gotta stop him.
I'm already out on the street.
No.
Now, Fish, are you in soaking wet clothes or are you in a towel? Just to be clear.
Oh my god, I don't even think I had time to change.
So you're just walking to your grave in a towel.
Yeah.
You might have been able to change it in the back of the car, or once we got
I wouldn't
out,
mind
maybe
hand waving that.
Yeah, well,
It's
okay.
it's a minute or two.
Clothes.
But
I mean, I'm usually covered in mucus. Being in wet clothes is fine.
Yeah, it's nothing new to you.
Yeah.
So.
But this is important now. I have to see if somebody's dug up my grave.
He's checking to see if this bastard was crazy enough to exhume him. Or him, quote unquote. That's Susie to Elliot.
Because like the storyteller said, this is a guy who answers questions, and the question was, is there something, is he there? The answer is,
how do you answer that?
Yeah.
With a fucking shovel is how you answer that.
Do we stop Fish before the sun goes up, or do we get your car and go help him so we can get back before the sun gets up?
There's not enough time. He has his ways of getting around, I'm sure.
Well, I'm gonna pop one of my abilities that I was taught how to use, make sure we weren't followed.
What are you popping?
Yeah.
Just double check so I know that I'm saying it right. Auspex heightened senses.
Okay. And give me a roll of wits plus awareness and add your number of dots and aspects to it.
So wits awareness.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give him a hand.
So with the assistance, does that become +3?
Yep.
If you got 2 dots and aspects, yeah.
That's 5.
Elliot, you keep an eye out. You observe, trying to not let it be shown that you're actually peeking through the windows. Trying to listen in, maybe rustling in grass. It's kind of terrifying how a moment it was utter silence, and now it's almost an overwhelming cacophony of sounds of the city that everybody just mutes out, that everybody just ignores from time to time. You watch that car go by. Maybe you watch a couple of drunks just coming out of the bar, wandering home because, didn't have a designated driver, so they're just stumbling down. But nothing to indicate that you are... Wait a minute. And you look across. Maybe it's nothing. There's some kind of black bird sitting on the house right across the street, which wouldn't have caught your attention if it wasn't for the fact that its head is directly pointed towards your current residence. And it's not moving. It's just still, like a statue.
So definitely not acting like a bird.
Given what you see, it's incredibly still, but it is very attentive. Something
Susie,
weird.
how much do you know about vampires?
Why?
Do vampires have the ability to turn into animals, or is that just fantasy?
I couldn't tell you, but reality is so much stranger than fiction.
And I'm going to assume they can load the gun.
You're assuming it's not already loaded. But
Get it ready, then. 'Cause
what?
we're being watched.
I'd like to bring something to your attention. If they can, this was a test, remember? Of
I
course they're
remember.
watching us.
But I'm not taking
course.
anything for granted right now.
It doesn't matter if they're watching us. We have a job to do. And we're running out of time. We're running out of time in the night. And I'd rather hit the ground running tomorrow. So, and she beckons him to follow upstairs, and she starts heading upstairs into her room, which is where
Well, your room is more of an attic, if I understand this correctly. You know, the places that are outside of all sunlight or potential broken windows. If I understand the layout of this house correctly, as you've described it.
Yes, it's like a windowless loft, and there's two main rooms. The first one is an actual like room area. There's a computer terminal, desk, that sort of stuff, and a bed and things like that. The other room is soundproofed and full of server equipment, which is currently online and running.
Susie, it's about this time you get a text message. It's the same emotive face that you ended up getting not too long ago.
Yeah, there's a... She looks at it and she's like... And she types back, and it's italicized. Ha, period, space. Ha, period, space.
Summer, you get a text back immediately.
Where'd you end up?
Home. Storm's gotten worse.
Yes, it has.
Now, I'm going to go a little bit further. Fish, I want you to give me, because I'm not sure on the timing on how this would have played out. So I'm going to leave it to the dice. High or low?
Oh, with all the crits I'm rolling, I'm feeling lucky, so I'm gonna go high.
Barely. Oof.
Enough.
Fish. It's uncomfortably close to sunrise. But you need to know. You walk past the gates. Iron rod bars that cover up an old cemetery. It was once beautiful. but this was an appropriate place to put your supposed body, a place where people don't wander by, a place where visitors have already aged out and found their own graves. A place that keeps a low profile. It's the kind of graveyard that people don't just drive by. But you need to know. And as you end up wandering, this isn't the first time you've been out here. You had to know where you were buried when you were first embraced. Maybe it's the mademoiselle earlier said, a way to end up allowing you some closure. So when you ended up walking through, it doesn't take much for you to end up seeing something off. You know exactly where you're looking. You can see your headstone, but this place is not well lit. It's not until you pay close attention do you realize that the light might be coming in from a hole. If somebody's still down there, they left their equipment. Or if no one's down there, they left their equipment. It's not until you hear the sound of metal hitting dirt. Are you sure somebody's in that hole?
I'm gonna have to stop them. I would like to jump into the hole with them and I guess chokehold them until they drop unconscious.
The strength you have and the fact that you, if I recall, you have silence of death, do you not?
I do not, unfortunately.
Okay, so let's roll a dex stealth, and I'm going to give you a +2.
I believe I will rouse for this, since my roll is not that good. Okay. I get
You get a little hungrier. What's your hunger at right now, Fishmonger?
It is at 2.
Still manageable.
Getting there. He doesn't like it when it gets to 3.
No, he doesn't. Fishmonger, it takes a moment. You can feel the beast enraged, if only on the fact that this is your grave, this is your territory for all intents and purposes. As much of a facade as it is, when you jump, maybe they don't see you. Maybe instead all they feel is that choking presence. Now, given your strength in this individual's, I'm not even going to have you roll it. But when you see the face, as the eyes start to go up in his head, you remember the photograph inside of his abode. The choking. In fact, he's maybe a little bit more panicked. Cheeks are puffing out, and he's a lot more red in the face right now. But you have Samuel in your grasp. You see that he's bandaged up. Maybe he's taken some wounds earlier. Maybe he's just injured trying to get through. His hands are blistered, as you can see as he claws at your arm, trying to go as desperate for breath. You got the chokehold on. You put him unconscious for a few seconds, no problem there. But then the question, what do you do? It's only a few more, maybe half hour, if you're lucky 45 minutes till sunrise. And even then, you're not going to be able to get back to Susie's place.
Oh. I'm going to drag him into the sewers.
Okay. This is going to need, I'm going to need a strength stealth for this.
Damn. Okay, that's
4 successes. And a crit.
What?
Yep.
What are your dice? What is
He got
this?
lucky.
Really?
Roll 20
Did-
loves me. What can I say?
Did
Some
Mojo
serious
bless her
Mojo
dice or
dice.
something?
Guys. Fishmonger. You grab hold of this individual, this little twerp that was worth all the trouble. He doesn't even get the final line. How anticlimactic. But then again, the Nosferatu are predators in silence. You drag him out of the hole. Struggle a bit when he comes to every so often, but it's not hard to put him down again. You're basically waterboarding him without the water. Gets to breathe, he doesn't get to breathe. He gets to breathe, he doesn't get to breathe. Doesn't take much to pull him towards a manhole cover, leaving nothing but a trail of a little bit of dirt. When you drag him under the concrete, drag him into the bowels of San Jose. What his fate is, well, I guess we'll find out tomorrow. I think that's where we're going to call it a session.
Very nice, very nice.
Yeah.
Ah!
That was tense.
Yeah. Damn, Derek.
Yep. No. As soon as you were like that hard drive begins to wear up, I'm like, oh, fuck! This is Second Inquisition. It's just like they just put in a Oh, there's a specific thing for it. Oh, there's a very not the
Yep.
click of death.
And
I-
Summer
I'm-
made the oopsie and went to talk to her sire about it.
Yeah, so I don't know if any of you noticed, but I did mention that Eddie was Fishmonger's name in his bio. And about an hour after this session started, Derek DMs me like, "Hey, yo, I didn't get a last name for Fishmonger," and I thought he was just being, ticking
Facetious?
the boxes. No, ticking the boxes because I didn't put in a last name for him. So I told him, "Oh, sorry, yeah, it's the same last name as his Touchstone daughter, Anna Novak."
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "Oh yeah, I forgot that I was there." And I'm like, "No problem, that's fine." And then like 2/3 of the way through, he's like, "Oh yeah, you find a dossier on Edward Novak." Oh fuck, that was why you asked for the last name.
Love it.
That's amazing.
Love to see it.
Yep.
So, tomorrow, or next session, you guys got some complications to wrap up.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Yep.
do.
Mhm.
Yeah. And Summer made things more complicated by going to Owen and being like, I don't have a place to sleep.
And I got Samuel for 5 minutes of playtime.
We'll
You
go
became
over
the
Yeah.
fucking It Cloud.
Silence him. Just like normally this would be going against humanity, but just traumatize the poor bastard. Make him repress it all.
I
we'll
gotta
see what
figure out
happens.
who's throwing my name out first, but yeah, then the gloves are off. But yeah, that was great. I loved it.
Okay, so Fish, I will gladly give you that answer if you're willing to take 2 stains. No rolls, no nothing. I'm giving you an even trade. I will give you that information next session if you're willing to end up taking 2 stains right now.
Trade off, I mean. She could take a photo of me like that. Trade off a meme.
I was just thinking that.
As much as I want to know, I don't think.
I mean, do you have anything to lessen those stains?
Well, no, I'm thinking more. Fishmonger probably wouldn't want to kill him outright.
Oh, this wouldn't be killing, I assure you.
Oh,
It gets far
okay.
worse than
No,
that.
no, it's torture. He's talking about torture. That you torture the information out of him, and you get the info, but you take 2 stains in the process.
Okay, that I'm more okay with. It's Fishmonger. That's fine.
So you're taking the deal?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So,
You heard it here, folks.
Does anybody have any stains I need to be concerned with right now? Don't
Oh,
think
hey, I have 2.
you have 2. I'm double checking because the only one I think who wouldn't know if they did or not would be Elliot. Okay, nope, everything seems clear. So we can go right to.
I don't think Summer broke hers, which courage is the highest virtue. It's a little bit of gray area, I think.
I wouldn't say so, and I'll tell you why. There was no pragmatic reason to stay. There was bravery, like facing off, would have afforded you nothing. It wouldn't have saved anybody. It wouldn't have saved any information. It wouldn't have done anything.
Discretion is the better part of valor.
Yeah. Brave is overcoming fear. It is not just going against because this is a... there's a drastic difference between brave and stupid.
Well, I was thinking
also,
in her turning to Owen.
Owen?
That one's a little bit...
I wouldn't say so because of the fact that during a test, and Summer did know that it was a test.
Oh yeah,
it was
she's
pretty.
well aware.
It was pretty ballsy to turn to someone for help, even if it was out of fear.
Still breaks the expectation though.
Yeah, and she's.
I'm gonna agree with you on this one, Coffee. I'm gonna make it 1 dot, 1 stain. So let's roll through and see where everybody lands. Fishmonger, I believe you got a 50-50 chance here.
Got 2 dice.
Summer loses humanity.
Yeah, because Fish is Humanity 6.
Nope,
Gives you
some
Dark
are
Alley
some are lost.
Yeah, some are lost.
Fishmonger, we're still waiting on.
That's what I get for opening my big mouth.
Oh,
Yeah.
2 dots of humanity down in session 2.
Oh,
some is Humanity
got
6. Fish is Humanity
5
5.
humanity down.
The dice love you until they don't. Ain't that right, Fish?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
We're going to start off with... We're going to do experience like we did last week. So, very first thing, we have 5 categories. All right? 5 categories of experience to end up giving. Now, the way this goes is they're going to get 2 experience for showing up. Then they are going to vote on who had the plot pusher, who had the best scene, who had the best line. But then there's a 5th dot of experience, and this comes down to a combination of them versus you guys. So these 6 have to tell me, out of the 3 characters, who it is that they think should go into the audience favorite poll. Then you guys, as the audience, get to end up voting amongst those 3 who you think should get that last bonus experience. So now it's not just favoritism of the audience, they have to earn the favor of their own coterie mates. Yes, this is it. And for those who are new to this, no, this is not designed to be fair. This entire system of XP is specifically designed to end up having the players literally perform office politics amongst not only themselves, but with you. So, I'm going to wish you all the best as we end up doing so. So, guys, before we end up beginning any further, who are the 3 you would like to nominate for the poll?
I'd like to pity vote Doc Saturday.
yeah, Dog Saturday
Uh,
for pity
With
vote.
6
Definitely.
people, sometimes people will be muted in some sessions, and I feel like Doc didn't get a big chance to shine other than at the start.
Yeah.
So I would
Doc.
put him up.
I think. Yeah, I'm definitely willing to agree with Doc because whilst he didn't have as much screen time as everyone else, the screen time that he did have was very impactful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm definitely willing to give that there.
Oh, damn.
So, Doc's the first one in the lineup. Who's second?
I'm gonna say Lila.
Lila. Interesting. Why Lila?
Because I don't know, just because. I don't have a
I
reason.
think.
That's fine.
Yeah, I'd be
Don't have a
willing to
reason,
put
I'm being arbitrary.
Lila up there too. Mainly because, again, even though she didn't do much, there's actually a lot of like small inter-character dynamic stuff
There.
that came
Yeah,
out with
I'm
Lila.
going with
Don't worry, everybody will get their time to shine in that regard. But this is only
Yes.
episode 2, and there's a few big strokes we need to establish before we even go.
Honestly, my 2 votes are going to Susie and Fish.
Susie and Fish. Okay.
I'd probably vote for Susie
I would
too.
reckon. I would reckon Doc, Lila, Susie.
Yeah, Doc, Lila, Susie. Just because Derek Dice moment.
I'm okay with
Susie
that.
Fish
Oh,
for me.
two successes on 12 dice.
Some Derek Dice moments. And then there's some Mojo Dice moments.
Yeah.
I
It
can't.
looks like
I
we've
belong.
locked in Doc and
All right.
Susie.
So,
now
can we get a
between Fish
poll?
and Lila.
We're going to get a poll up for Doc, Susie. Now it's between Fish and Lila. Or no, wasn't it Doc, Lila already agreed, and Susie's the one
Yep,
who's up?
No, it's Doc and Susie who was agreed to, with the 3rd one up for grabs.
Okay.
Sorry, because you can change options in the
Yeah.
in the poll. Yeah, no, I'm still sticking with Lila because, as I said,
Oh,
she had a
sorry,
a lot of the moments she had were small.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
they were very impactful to me
All right.
because like there's this thing of developing that rapport slowly but surely, like with the way that she and Susie were talking.
Yeah, I started working on the dynamic between the two.
All right. So who gets the final set? Final.
Sure.
I-
I'll
My vote
swing
is
it
still
in
for
Lila's
fish.
favor.
So
I'll take it.
Doc, Susie, Lila. That's who we're going with. Any,
Yeah.
all right. Okay. Doc, Susie, and Lila. All right. While we do that, let's get to the rest of the XP. So everybody gets 2 for showing up, but there is the first bit. Who is the plot pusher?
I want to go with
Warren.
Susie.
You want to go with Susie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to go with myself a little bit because I did actually get away with stealing that one photo.
The
Yeah,
part.
but that didn't really push the plot, though.
Yeah.
Not the main plot. Because
Yeah.
plot push doesn't necessarily need to revolve around the main plot. It could revolve around a subplot. It could revolve around a personal plot. It could revolve around any number of different things. It's just who made the most progress in one of the many lines of story that we have
Yeah.
woven throughout the chronicle. And
It can be won
I
by
get-
somebody who does small pushes across everything. It could also be the one person who just flicks
Yeah.
the domino and it cascades into a whole clusterfuck. It could also be done.
I would like
I kind of gotta vote
throw
fish.
my hat. Yeah, because I
Yeah.
just captured the guy that we
And
need.
you were the one who went to your own grave to find out.
Initially, I was hoping there was this big confrontation. It's like, I'm just going to jump in and choke him out. Okay, then! What do you
He
got?
learned from last time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna go fish. I was torn between a
Confrontation will be in
couple,
the
but-
sewers next session.
I think that was 3 votes fish.
All right. Anybody else voting fish? Or is there any...
yeah.
So,
Fish.
4 dots fish, so it's going to be fish. Fish gets plot pusher.
Yep.
Congratulations. Now, who gets best scene?
I'm gonna be a little selfish here. Fishmonger and nothing but a towel.
He was the wallflower to his scene, though.
Basic instincting his Susie. Oh, God, no!
Well, almost. Almost. I didn't go that far.
Yeah, her getting flashbanged.
Scene with Owen, though, that was pretty cool.
That could work, but
Yeah.
it's also
Yeah,
the
your sire
opposite.
scenes are always fun.
Okay.
I do kind of like the exchange also between Susie and and Summer over text, and how Summer was like,
Nope.
Who's this bitch?
no,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah, that was funny.
and
Susie's
then
just
confronting
like,
her later, saying, "What did you think? What do you think my reaction was supposed to be?"
I don't know, something that had a little bit more critical thought in it.
I have dealt with
Sorry.
creep before.
Sorry, I don't deal with
All right.
dog head empty.
Just as a reminder, everybody, votes are still here being tallied for XP, so make sure you got your votes locked in. But, okay, so we're going to continue on. So right now, we got Susie, we got Fishmonger, we got Summer. Anybody else jumping in a name there?
I'll vote Summer for the scene with her sire.
So that's 2 votes on Summer.
I'm there with
Gotta
someone.
vote fish with a towel.
So 2 for Fish, 3 for Summer. And so,
Up to you, dog.
Volvo, are we trying to split this vote, or are you going to lock it in? You got all the power here.
Look pretty.
I kind of want to be a little bit of an asshole and go to Susie.
Just a
That means
split.
Summer does win by default.
Okay.
Fine.
Because it'll mean
3, 2, 1.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
3, 2, 1. All right.
Yep. So Summer, it's yours.
Congratulations. Okay. So last one is line of the night.
I'm going to throw mine in there for trying to get Susie to understand the whole entire reason why Summer reacted the way she did to that text.
But
Just-
what line specifically from that?
God, what was it? I just had it too. God, I can't remember it. Fuck.
Again, I'm gonna selfishly vote for myself.
Just trying to snag them all, aren't you?
And yeah, the Obi-Wan line. I haven't heard that name in a long time. Oh, you know him? Of course I know him. He's me.
I'm surprised no one seemed to catch that reference.
I did. I
did.
just didn't actually.
Thing is, I'm such a Star Wars nerd. I didn't even realize I was quoting Star Wars because I've done that so many times.
Of course I know him. He's me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna chuck my hat in the ring, just for the.
Oh, so these votes are scattered all over the place.
Part of me wants
well,
to throw
I'm
my own
gonna-
hat into the ring, but I don't think I'm gonna.
I'll tell you.
I say.
Go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say the one line. It's just like, oh god, I just got flashbanged.
That was
I
good.
kind of want to throw my hat into the ring with the lie of, "Oh, I've seen worse."
Yeah.
That was a good one.
That was a good one.
That was pretty zingy.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. So let me clarify this up, okay? How many people are voting for Summer? Okay, one vote for Summer. How many people voting for Fishmonger? One vote Fishmonger. How many voting for Elliot? Okay, two for Elliot. How many people here voting for Susie? Two?
It's two.
Okay, so it's a split. Two and two when it comes down to Elliot and Susie. So, high clan high or low clan low?
Hi.
You both get it.
Yeah.
Congratulations, that's a 6.
Yeah, boy.
6 out of 10. That is the high mark. We are good to go.
Perfect. Derek, I have an expenditure.
You have an expenditure?
Yeah.
I don't even know how to spend this shit yet.
Don't worry about it. All right, what's your expenditure?
Dominate 1.
All right.
Which one?
That is a clan. Are you doing Compel or are you doing Cloud Memory?
Cloud memory. Cloud memory.
All right. Fantastic. And I think that's everything.
Because she has this innate desire now that there's so much information being leaked. She's just like, I want to make people forget. The Blood's like, you want to make people forget? Don't I have a thing for you?
I believe that the audience poll, I just missed it, but I believe the audience poll went to Doc. So, Doc, you got an extra XP. There you go. All right. There you go, Volvo. All right. So, I think that covers almost everything that we need to end up going over. So, real quick, because I don't think we're going to get many opportunities to do this, we're going to raid right into Chieftain, who's probably just finishing up a little bit of, well, Seattle while Seattle sleeps. So, from me and the rest of the cast of San Jose by Night, City of Glass, we'll see you next time. Say good night, everybody.
Night, everybody.
Night, everyone.
Oh, what's
Good
so
night.
fucked?
Oh yeah, we're so fucked.
Apparently, everybody's getting laid tonight but me, according to them. Go figure.